4141. And sixth prize for the $10, number 44, 4444. From the raffle bar from Suzanne. tournament. Her hair even matches her top that she's wearing. to remind the players that it is 30 seconds for a shot, and we need to keep to that as much as we possibly can. 30 seconds a shot. We've got 6 games to get through this afternoon. please let me know. I've got a walkie-talkie so that if you're out there, I can call you into the game. Trevor Black and Ryan Clark, Jamie Kendall and Connor Burns, Judah Hera Green and Alice Hartwell.
Just remember the smile when you're on TV.
You're a
Okay,
pussy,
thank you.
Sheridan.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. That is a hit.
Okay, I'll have a break.
You do that.
it's brought up, isn't it? Sorry.
Is that legal?
Stay for the small one.
Oh, lovely. Oh, yeah, you can see.
So is this going live on YouTube? So what's the site?
A whole 5 people watching it.
I remember my wife.
Not true. So she can find it on the easiest way if she goes to YouTube and just searches glowing rectangles, which is my channel name, she'll be able to find it.
YouTube.
Yeah. Glowing rectangles.
The TV table.
Oh.
Glowing rectangle.
With an S.
That one there, green screen?
Just chuck an S in there. Search.
It's a Tarzani.
Well,
So how do I send it to my wife?
have you got Messenger?
Yeah.
So you'll do
It is.
share, copy, bring up your missus on whatever you message her with. Is that your missus there?
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go, get into it.
Oh. No, you got the wrong one, bro.
Oh,
I don't.
the wrong missus, did you say?
Send it to the wrong message. Hang on, Troy. Someone there, bro.
So you go on,
Go to message.
go on to your messenger.
30 seconds.
Ah, kidding.
That one there.
Bring up the missus. There you go. Now hold down where it says message. Hold down on.
From section 3, could I have Ryan Clark and Mike Bowen,
Send it.
Trevor
No,
Black
if she clicks on that, it'll
and
take her
Julia
straight to the live stream.
Green.
No, no.
See how please?
That's my one there. That's yours.
You doing an export?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go for it.
Get into it.
Okay. Nice. Normally, don't you drink red?
Or DB?
Red.
Yeah, red, yeah, I thought so.
We'll send her a message instead.
Yeah, tell her Jamie's fucking waiting.
Sorry, mate.
Nah, nah, nah.
What's your YouTube? What's missing?
Oh, we on here? Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
Oh, all of these places are. We're the feature. We're the cool ones.
Yeah, straight at that camera when you take the shot.
Yeah.
Okay. If it happens, if it doesn't. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, my brother.
You know.
No, I can absolutely imagine that.
Cheers, my mate.
Yeah, brother. I'll get you a beer in a bit.
Thank you. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Tune in.
Yeah, he was killing it, bro. He was killing it.
I don't know.
I'm sure she's seen you play a million times.
Yes, she saw me once a little bit. I took it to the bin once. She never goes again.
Just a reminder to players, please check the large monitor up here every now and then to make sure the scores that are in there are what the game was that you played. three, could I have Julianne Woods and Connie Byrne?
Getting abuse from the crowd.
There's Julia here green and Mike Bolt, Trevor black, and Jamie Kendall.
Check, check, 1, 2. All right. New tournament, folks. First ever iteration of the Invercargill Workingmen's Club 8-ball pool Easter Bash. Well, this tournament is kind of like the South Island answer to the Levin Easter Classic, played concurrently in Levin. And shout out to all of you who are actually playing in that event or who do watch that event. It's a wonderful tournament that it is. It's hopefully a chance for the very south of the country to actually show us what they're all about. And the Invercargill Workingmen's Club, of course, hosted the CNZ South Islands last year. Also in line to host the CNZ Nationals this year. So this will be another second opportunity to display that they will actually be good hosts for that event, because they certainly proved it last year with the South Islands. Tables are downstairs instead of being upstairs, as they will be for the Nationals, but we've got 14 of them, and the layout's still really good. And you've got the floor, which is not carpeted, but then you've got tables in the carpeted area. Oh, hey, Brian.
Your roommate wants you to pick up your bras next time you leave the room. Don't leave them lying around.
My training bras, you see. That was just Brian Stewart giving me some crap. Oh, Adam Lepetier, I see that you're listening in. Actually had a yarn to you in person this morning when we were both playing in the morning. Chris Geary, who was at the table now walking away, won the 2018 South Islands, the CNZ South Islands, I should say. No, that's okay. He's one of those big tournament players. He said to me that he doesn't tend to do very well playing in Christchurch's Interclub, of which he's one of my teammates at Kashmir, but when it comes to tournament play, something in him just fires up. Sometimes it's just the feeling that you're playing for yourself, and even though you still do have to represent a club in order to enter the event, you are playing for yourself. You're not actually playing as part of a team representing that club. So maybe that's just enough incentive to actually take that on your back and go with it. There's also, as well as that, he's one of my oldest friends in the game. He and I have known each other for more than 20 years when we were both teenagers trying to make it into club in Christchurch. Since then went away to do some chefing in Europe, and then came back, got back into his pole, and here we are now. I hope you guys can hear me okay. It's a slightly different setup than I'm used to, wearing a kind of over-ears wired microphone with it looks like a little power pack that's sitting in my pocket. So we don't have the Rode microphone like we do for any of the on-cue streams. So if I am too loud or too quiet or sound garbled or what have you, please let me know. All three of you so far who are watching. I suppose I need to introduce myself, even though most people will know who I am. John, the voice Saundercock. Double turn into a triple. As we often say, there's always another middle pocket. Going to be doing incredibly well to get himself a shot on the 9 here. It's the he's going to go across the table and play at the 12 here, and that's actually worked out really well. He would have had some sort of shot on the 9 if he'd made it, but probably over the pocket is better. Chris does have a double here on this 2, but he's just going to clip off it and just there to snooker Allen on the 9. This is Chris Geary, Alan Pine, by the way. I should have opened with that. Adam, the player, Alan, the player just at the table now. Grandfather of Ryan Pine, whom I played this morning. A young fella just getting into the game. Oh, he made it drop. So we could see the 13. I think Chris was playing that shot before to deliberately leave him only the 12. Because then he'd have to take the ball that's blocking the 2, and from there there's not really much on. He's come up with decent position on the 9 there, but now the 2's blocking the 8. But I think the way that he plays, or I've seen him to play, he wouldn't take a backward step here. I reckon he's going to have a good biff at this. Whether the black actually goes anywhere or not is immaterial here. I didn't know Chris was religious. He just crossed himself off camera. He's sitting right in front of me. I think he can hear me. He's going to have a go at this. It'd have to be a double of some description. No, he's not. Oh, have a go, son. You've done nothing but all game. I think the 2 goes past that as well. At the very least, he wanted the 8 in front of the 2. It should be relatively simple, this. Let's run this in. Squeeze the 2 past the 8, and Bob's your uncle. Fanny's your aunt. And we will be a big happy family once again. So it does the needful with the black. So 3-1 Chris Geary wins the match. And all games in section play, by the way, are race to 3. The four sections of 11 or 12 players, so similar sort of vein to the Live Easter Classic in how you've got a small number of sections but a lot of players in each section. So that way you get at least 10 or 11 games, and you do get a decent amount of pool played. And it is the top 6 in every section qualifier, so you will have 24 qualifiers, so 8 players will get a bye. The top 8 qualifiers get a bye. Just having we were having a debate before over whether it should be top 4 or top 6 qualifying. Well, the biggest advantage to top 6 qualifying is that it's, because this is an introductory tournament, you're wanting people to get into it. So if they feel like they've got a chance to qualify and do well against some of the top players who have come down for this event, then they will want to play again. Whereas if it's top 4 qualifier, it's more cutthroat. That might scare away some of the local players in particular. Here's a name that you probably will have seen a lot of in tournaments all over the country. Des Wilcox, one of the very best players in New Zealand. And I'm proud to actually call him my Kashmir Gold teammate for at least this year. Look at this absolutely massive break he's got. He looked like he barely touched the balls and they all went flying around the table. So he takes the overs, and as is customary for the top players, when they do get into a groove, they do tend to play very quickly. There's not a lot of looking at the table when you've already mapped it out in your head. It's just being able to cue everything to get it where you want. And players of Des's ability are better than almost everybody else at doing so here in New Zealand. He's ended up going behind that and just got a tiny bump on the 11 to see him right on the 12. A bit of playfulness there from Shirley. You might have seen that. Oh, he didn't snooker himself, did he? No, I think he's okay. Oh no, he did snooker himself. He just had to take his medicine and come off the rail there. So Shirley Boyce. This is a fantastic sort of occasion actually for players like Shirley who probably don't get to play a hell of a lot against the real top 5% of players in the country. It really does give an idea of the level of play that these players can achieve. It's just a chance to pit herself against one of the very best, and a lot of pool players absolutely relish this. It's not a bad effort, that. I think the double is on here past the 6. Ooh, both draws and out. Clearly. You said it wasn't on. Sounds more like an excuse than anything to me, but take the 5 first here. It's going to be a tough cut on the 6. Now, some players would have tried to screw that back, and that's quite a tricky shot sometimes on the pot black tables that they use here, to screw that back at pace and still pot the ball. Mind you, if Shirley does make this pot, then she should be very much on the dance floor here. Well, that's interesting. Went for the fine cut on the 2, and this is not a gimme. If you watch how Des plays this, I mean, he's missed it, but you see how he played it? He tried to play it as a kind of a stun type drag shot, so he could still cue right through the ball, but without having to hit it hard. should now be well and truly in position to clear this frame. Just needs to pick the right route to go. She's pretty good now. Just whether she's got the ability to maneuver the cue ball as she would like. Let's put a trace of bottom on this to get it to spread towards where the 6 is here. You see she's ended up in between pockets here. You play that with a little bit of bottom, you get the cue ball to move towards the 6 rather than just running straight into the rail. One good pot though is all it takes. Oh, she got it, but she went an off. Unfortunate. You probably wouldn't have heard it, but there's a few people here from Christchurch watching this game, and I tell you, them all of them to a man are giving Des just a little bit of stick, which I'm pretty sure he's used to by now. So 1-0 Des versus over Shirley. Big shout out whilst I remember to Ash Bartlett of Glowing Rectangles, as I look at the hat with his company's name on it. It's his own company that he has. It's all this gear is his. That's thousands of dollars worth of gear here. Des has potted an over and an under on the same shot here. Now, because there's no set established, and still no set established due to the fact that he didn't play a legal shot, it's still open table. If Shirley wants to, she can call a set but nominate a ball of the opposite set as a free ball, as you would be able to do if sets were established, but didn't need to. These are perils of being left-handed. It's the fact that you need to use the wrist to play this shot, whereas a right-hander could probably reach that okay. It's a good shot, that though. She's got it close to a pocket. You see Des tap the table to acknowledge the shot. Often if you see players tap the table with their cue or even with their hand, it's an acknowledgement of a good shot or what they consider to be a good shot. Des here has just opened 2 of his balls up and managed to get the 13 in the way of the 7 on the same shot. Could very well be a free ball, this. Doesn't look like Shirley can see both sides of all of her unders here. Oh, now maybe she could see both sides of all of them. Or either that or she's not realised that she's had a free ball there. It's an odd choice of shot. Taking the 8 as a free ball to open those balls up there. Maybe a little unfortunate that he's tied the 12 up and put the 5 in front of the 11, but if he can see the 11, or he tried to play a back kick shot, or a hopawate as it's often called. that's something else that I love about watching the top players play, is that seemingly there's no shot there, but they can make one. Excellent at being able to make things out of not very much. Just the knowledge of how they can use the cue ball and use the table to their advantage, and even though the situation doesn't look that great, they can still actually make hay out of it. Shirley will probably feel like she's played an okay shot there, but Des will be absolutely licking his lips. All the overs are on here. Ooh, are they still all on? Might have buggered himself up here. I somehow suspect he's buggered himself up. Yeah, so he's had to play a little layup shot there because he left those 3 balls in positions where he couldn't pot any of them, and the 9 was blocked by the 7, so just had to play a little bump shot. Oh, Shirley's touched something with her cue there, so she's immediately told Des about it. There's always good sportsmanship or sporting prowess to call your own fouls. There's just a minor foul in these rules, so you lose your turn. Wondering whether to play bottom here or whether to top it through. He's certainly got enough cue power to top this through and run off 2 or 3 rails. Playing bottom here, he risks either the in-off in the middle or running into the 7 and the 4 and snookering himself. Yeah, he tried to top it through. That, even for a player of Des's calibre, is a very tricky shot, because that's a lot of table to cover with the cue ball, and you've got to be so onto it with the stroke itself. You see how the cue ball ended up to the left of the 7 and the 4 rather than running towards them. Is most likely the best course of action, because you absolutely do not want to snooker yourself on the black. Play the option that takes the snooker away. She's left the 3 on here. It's a good shot. It looks like the 3 is on from this view. She's got the natural angle to just pot the 3 and come back out for the 7, but Shirley's not quite sure yet whether this does go. You see, she's played that quite conservatively because she was still 50-50 on whether that actually went or not. There's just leaving Shirley down the other end of the table just to really make her work for this shot. Just play through it. Ooh, great effort. I say just play through it. It's a difficult shot. Des is looking to see if the 9 doubles past the 8 here. I reckon it does, you know. If he can see enough of the 9 for the shot to be on, then he can play it. But now he's asking for somebody to check for a free ball. So you're not really supposed to use other balls on the table to mark for determining a free ball, but generally it's not really frowned upon. It's trying to take the place of the staples or the little lollipops that the referees use in tournaments. So it's not a free ball. That angle he was drawing with his cue there was for the cue ball. I thought he might have had a go at that, but maybe he didn't like it. The risk was not worth playing the shot. Just because you can play the shot doesn't necessarily mean you have to, or that you should. Now I wonder whether he might try something, or whether he might just play the left edge of the 9 here and sit the cue ball directly behind the 3. See the long rail side of the 3, if that makes any sense. Because if he can sit it right on the 3, then it's near perfect. No, he's had a go. So he's had a go, and the way he's played it to get the cue ball to sit near that long rail is to either leave a very fine cut or no cut on the 3. So he was able to play a bit of a bob each way shot there. Just playing to run off there, and so long as she hasn't over-cued this and left the 9 snookered, then no, she's ended up snooker and Des here, so that's why he's taken the 8. He's just taken the 8 as a free ball, and oh, beautifully cued. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Make a shot that could have some difficulty just so easy with nice proper cueing. It's the sort of thing that a lot of players struggle with, shots like that, to get the pot, but to play it well enough so that you get that position as well. Looks like a dry break. Okay. So Shirley's nominated the unders here. I'm pretty sure she'll want that shot over again. He's looking to play, I think he was looking to play it off the 15, but it's gone in clean. Get the cue ball going towards the other end of the table, and if he can play this 13 to just open the 12 and the 9 up here, that would be fantastic. But he quite possibly doesn't have the angle, so he's going to work back for it. Ooh, a little bit unfortunate there to get a double kiss. But he can screw back into it if he wants to. If the plant's on, he might just leave it as it is. Oh, the plant was on that way and he's just about potted it. Can't say I saw it that way, but shows you why he's there and I'm here. Love the fact as well that you get some of the really good players come here and they are still very accessible to the general public. And for the more average pool players, they're willing to talk to them, they're willing to actually be in the moment with them. Shows you the sort of difference with pool in this country is that because a lot of the really good players grew up in social backgrounds, then they're quite sociable people and they are able to move in different circles. Whereas often overseas or with certain Q sports, they tend to keep to themselves. That looked as easy as you like. And that is all she wrote for this match. Des Wilcox, 3-0 over Shirley Boyce. Yeah, I might. Oh. So I shall be back soon. I'll be back at various points over the weekend and on Monday. So this is not the last you'll hear of me. Today and tomorrow just is section play. Monday is when the big bucks are made. So yeah, hopefully you guys and girls all enjoy this, and I'll catch up with you all later. Ka kite. Okay. I'm actually on sooner than I thought I would be in terms of commentary. Well, if Richie Whitty jumped on with me, nobody would understand what he's saying. It was all good until I played you. Richie's 5-0 so far in this tournament. 5-0. You've won 5 games and lost none. He beat me in the last game of the day. Just so I'm saying. Oh yeah, that's what I was looking for before. Is what he did to put that little overlay on the screen with my name on the bottom of it. It's quite neat, that. Charlotte Coleman. I bet you anything you would have loved watching that last game with Des. So next game is Paul Blackler versus Ryan Clark. Now, Paul so far 1-4, lost none, yet to drop a frame. Ryan Clark has played 5 games and won 4 of them, so he's on a bit of a tear himself, actually. And both players coming in with some good form behind them, or at the very least some good results. So this should actually be an interesting match. Looking forward to a goodie here. I'm actually staying with Paul here in Invercargill, and I travelled to Invercargill from Christchurch with Ryan. So I do know both of them very well. Paul is actually my uncle. I'm just waiting for Paul to show up. Ryan is already here. Paul's either gone to get a drink. Yeah, he's just gone to get a drink. So once he comes back, we shall start. So the way this works in terms of play for section play is you play the 5 or 6 games today. So you've got 11 or 12 in your section. You've got 4 sections, and sections 1 and 2, they play in the morning. They played this morning. 3 and 4 currently playing now. And sections 3 and 4 will finish their matches tomorrow morning. So they'll start at 9 o'clock and they'll finish all of their games tomorrow morning, whereas sections 1 and 2 will start and finish their games in the afternoon. So again, very, very similar to the Levin Easter Classic. How did a ball not go in there? Well, actually the 5 has, but I was talking about all those big ones that looked at the pocket and didn't want to enter. Take a chance and play the 10. Yes, he does. It was a good first ball. He's on to the overs. Certainly a risk taking a shot like that first, because of course you need to actually make a legal pot on a ball to establish the set. So things like that, of course, if you go for that sort of shot and you miss, then the opponent comes to the table with no set established, so they can choose that set you just tried. Maybe a double on the 12 here. No, he's just tried to move them into better places, and put them both near rails, so not ideal. The good cue ball though, he's only really left Paul the 1 by the look of it. Maybe the 7 cuts as well, but it's not really worth playing that at the moment. He's just going to go back towards the 1. I think the stage of the frame where you've got balls in the way and you've got blockers and there's no clear finish on, you just look to promote your own set. So Paul there just taking a chance here to promote that 1. If it does go sweet, you've got another shot and another opportunity, but if it doesn't go, it's not so bad. You see Ryan here, you see him taking his time over his game. So sometimes you see him when he mucks around and he practices, he tends to play quite fast, and that's often to his detriment, whereas you see him right now, he's actually slowed himself down. So he's not playing as fast, he's actually really looking at what he wants to do and taking due care. It's all well and good to actually play at a decent sort of pace, but if you're rushing, then you tend to miss a lot of what goes on in the table. You almost move too fast for your brain's ability to catch up. So you slow yourself down, you give yourself a chance to recenter or reevaluate before each shot. Paul's natural playing tempo is a lot slower, so you'll see him have a really good look at the table when he plays, unless he knows exactly what he wants to do, like now. So he's just trying to close off access to the 14 there. So the harder he leaves that 14, the more it sort of weighs on Ryan's mind as to the fact that that finish becomes more difficult. But Ryan's not willing to give him the satisfaction there. He's just promoting the 9. So the worst case scenario for Ryan here in this game being on the overs is that he ends up potting 3 of these balls, leaving himself on the 14 and having no shot on it. If you've got no shot because you snookered, or you've got so much in the way where you can't get position on the black, then you're a very real chance of ceding the advantage to your opponent. That's a good cut though. There's no doubt if he'd got a shot on the 14 off that, then he would have seriously considered it. But right now though, see, I think he was trying to pot that, but happy enough that it didn't go. So for Paul here, being the player under the pressure here with ball covering 3 of his, and he's very much second best at the moment, so he's just looking to weigh on Ryan's patience here by just trying to force him into a situation where he leaves himself only the 14 and no shot to play on it. So he's just trying to weigh down on his patience. So Ryan might very well be good at find it prudent here if he can actually get... Oh no, he's going to try and play the plant and leave the cue ball on this bottom rail here, or the rail where his hand is. He's just underhit it. Yeah, sorry, he's just overhit it. If that had ended up on that short rail, then he would have had a go at the 14 there. This could very well play into Paul's hands here, because you see how Ryan's looking to try and do the same again. If he doesn't get position on this, yes, he's run into the black, so he's very, very slim chance of even being able to hit this. So you see the plan in action there. There was a few shots in the making from Paul, but because his opponent was willing to attack the frame, it could come to his detriment here. Unless he plays an absolute blinder and manages to pot this ball. Well, that wasn't a bad effort either. Worthy to note, though, that if he had played at that pace and potted it, then he would have been basically snookered on the black. He would have had almost no shot at the black. No chance whatsoever at the black. So maybe just simply giving a combo away here could be the best option, because then Paul's got to play this frame out himself. So he took the 14 as a free ball there, as he can when he does have a combo. He's looking to give himself maybe a plant here. If the 2's over the pocket enough, then the plant should be fairly simple, but with the 3 and the 4 being where they are, he might be a little hesitant to play it, because of where the 6 and the 7 aren't in the right place for him at the moment to play to get onto. So he just played it with a bit of inside to try and break the 4 and the 3 up and give himself a look at the 3. So as long as he can play a shot at the 3 here, he should be fine. He's missed it. All that hard work to give himself the chance to finish the frame, and he's not able to take it. It's always a difficult thing when you play a whole frame under the cosh like that, and you do force that mistake, and then you can't finish off it. That's a great pot. So Ryan takes the first frame. I tell you what, Ryan's going to get an absolute serve here by guys watching it. It's all going to be in jest, of course. But what else are friends for? So that's actually the first frame that Paul's lost all game, all day. I remember saying before about how he's won 4 games and not dropped a frame. Well, he's now dropped a frame. Looks like he's done some work on his break since I was practicing with him last night, but unfortunately nothing down. Oh no, he did get one. Okay, he's fooled all of us. I think he's so used to breaking like that and not getting one down that he didn't see a ball go and automatically assumed that it was dry. To be fair, I kind of did too. Ooh, does it fall? No. If it had fallen, then the 11 becomes available, and then the 9 and probably the 13 after that. Might not be a bad idea to play the 2 here. It's not doing anything where it is. Oh, the 11, look out. Just pulled up short, so no good on the 2, but no combo. I don't know whether he looks at the plant here, the 9 onto the 12, or whether he goes for the 11 to try and either move the 14 and the 15 or try and get to that same side of them. Or the 14 did go, so that solves that particular issue. Now, of course, the wait to see if the 11 is on or whether he has to play the 15 into it. 15 into it, the 15 should go down the rail and sit somewhere near that corner pocket. Oh, he did touch the 11 with the 15, but not enough. You could see the path of the 15 after the contact with the 11, so it's as much getting that pace right as anything. Just gets the shooter's roll. He's going to have to figure out a way of getting to the 1 here. I wonder if the shot that he just took was the chance, perhaps. Give himself a bit of follow through there, and if there was any way to get right in behind the 1 so it's on for the middle pocket where the 11 is, then that was one way that he could get to the 1 if he wants to finish. That's not got enough juice. Nowhere near enough juice. Oh, hello. Playing the 6. Oh, it's a weak effort, unfortunately. He has tied the black up somewhat, though, and he's made the 15 harder to get to, so maybe not all is lost there. But it damages his chances much, if not more so, than Paul's here of finishing this frame. He's going to get on the 15 here. Not on this shot by the look of it, but he does have a plant if he wants it. He may even play it now, even though he's not directly on it, it does still go to the corner, so he may decide to play it now because he's got the advantage of the 1 being where it is. You see, not quite, but it's not bad though, because chances of Ryan being able to win this frame from here are very slim. So he's solving one of his own problems there to make the 15 playable, and all of the attention and all of the pressure is now on Ryan here, because if he can't finish this frame or make it more difficult for Paul, then Paul will have an... I see he's just going to have a visit here. I like what he tried to do though. He's tried to be aggressive there and take the initiative. See, he would have given himself half a chance there on that angle of being able to pot the 4 and get some sort of shot on the 1, as difficult as it was. Paul played that with a trace of running English there, just to ensure that he didn't scratch in the middle pocket. Because it's so easy there to just forget about that easy scratch in the middle. Put a trace of of right in that case, it takes that away. That was not an attempt to pot the ball as much as it was an attempt to make the black more playable. So he hasn't promoted the black as much as he would like. It still may go, but not as good as he would have wanted. So Ryan's got an angle here where he could possibly go off the rail and try to bash these out, or as he's queued up for there, to leave the cue ball on the bottom rail or the top rail and play for a double. That's not got enough pace though. He's underhit it again. Is the back kick into that corner pocket an option? The one where his hand is. I wonder if that may go. No, it doesn't. So he's got plant either way here. It's decided on the 13 into the 12. So he's left himself another one here. Shouldn't be too bad. It's maybe not the way you would have wanted to finish the frame, but as long as he plays with good pace, then he should be okay. Oh, look at this. Oh, this could get tricky. He's just overhit it. Well, overhit it in one sense and underhit it in the other, and that the 11 hasn't followed the 13 as much as he wanted it to, so would have wanted that to cut in the pocket, and now he's going to have to really do something with it. Well, he tried to play off the rail with side to kick it in, and he's missed it completely, so this will be a combo to Ryan. So the better shot in that instance for me would have been to try to double kiss it into the pocket. If you aim full ball or just slightly to the right of full ball, as Paul had seen that, then the 9 comes back off the cue ball and towards the pocket. And if you play the shot right, then the 9 goes in, and at the least the 9 sits over the pocket. Well, there goes another frame. So it was a bit of a burgle that, because Paul, it should have been Paul's to win all frame long, but he's now 2-0 ahead up as Ryan. So he's had 2 clear-cut opportunities in these 2 frames as Paul. One of them very much earned himself through patient play and using his opponent's natural ability to attack a frame against him, and he didn't take it. And in that frame just completed, he had a chance to clear the frame for himself and couldn't do it. Am I correct this time in saying that's a dry break? Yes. Three's on here, so not a hell of a lot that he can see in this particular frame, but it looks like the 3 will go. Not today though, not on this occasion. The unders do certainly look like the set to go for, with what with the 5 being there. And the fact that you've got the 9 near a rail and the 10 being blocked by the 5. He's got himself on the 5 early though, so he will remove that, but if he plays his cards or his shots right here, that's not a particularly good shot. He's actually tried to stretch and he's kind of run over the top of it. There's still a chance to finish, but he's made this hard for himself. He's had to play a really tricky shot early in the attempted finish, and he's missed it. So I said that, but very much more nicely. I'd be interested to see for Paul if this 9 goes. Because if it goes, he may just run it quietly down the rail. Well, he's tried to play safety and he's not gotten it. Wanted to try and jam the cue ball on the 7, but he's left a gap and he's left the 7 on. Played that with follow, which can be quite difficult to do actually when you're that close to the ball. So he's done well to not double cue that. He's not happy with that because he's not as nicely on the 6 as he wanted to be. So I suppose though, with the 3 being where it is, he's almost got a free shot at this, because if he pots this and doesn't get on the 1, then he still can play the 3. Not at it. No, he has just enough. If that one's on, look out. Whether it's on now and he plays it now, or whether it's on after the 3. Needs to at least leave himself a double on this one here. At least a double. Oh, if this cuts in the middle, he's not happy because I don't think it actually cuts in the middle. I reckon the 14's in the road. Oh, what's he doing? What's he doing? He's forgotten that he's got the 1 still on the table. He hasn't even seen it. He hasn't even seen it. Well, strictly speaking, that's a multi-combo because he's played another ball on the table, a ball on the table not of his set with intent, but because he's genuinely not seen the 1 there, he didn't even know he had it, then I don't think you can really say that he played the black with intent. I was wondering why he was so unhappy with himself. He must have just been bummed that the 1 didn't go, and then I was wondering why he was playing off the rail. And it's not the first time I've seen that happen, and it won't be the last, but it's still extremely rare. Boy howdy, if this isn't a chance to get some sort of footing in this match. Oh, if he can pot 14, I would be doing so right now. Yeah, he's going to have to punch this if he's going to play it. He needs to cue ball to get back towards the middle of the table. That's okay. Now he's got to watch the 1. If he plays the... You'd imagine he'd play the 14 now, but he's looking at the 10. Maybe just to try to see what sort of angle he wants. The 14 for me is definitely the bull here, because unless you can get really good pos on that ball for last, then he's gonna struggle on the black. And from here to the 13's not exactly easy either, because he's going to need to draw it, and he's going to need to avoid drawing into the 1. Play this, he wanted to leave himself just off angle on the 14 so he can maybe directly play into the 1 here. He's the wrong side of it. So in my opinion anyway, he's the wrong side of it. He's going to just try and do a little small draw here just to be the other side of the 1. He's actually done that quite well. He's drawn it back to an area where he can get a nice unobstructed cue at it. Cue ball, that's okay. So he does get a frame back. It's 2-1 now to Ryan Clark. So they pull, as you can see there, using an ultimate pull rack. Really good pieces of kit, these. They actually are a spiritual successor in many ways to the Shark Rack, which is now no longer able to be used in island and national tournaments. So the ultimate rack pull rack has not been banned, so if you've got one, you can use it. The biggest advantage with that ultimate rack is that you can remove it directly from the table. It doesn't stay on the table after the break. Well, that's an excellent break from Paul. He's controlled the cue ball very nicely. He's got multiple balls he can choose from. The 12 and the 2 are the most obvious balls here. Although if the 1 goes as well, he might decide to play that. Oh dear, didn't want to push the 4 into the bunch. If it cuts, it's not so bad. If it doesn't cut though, then get himself back onto struggle straight. May have to dial long distance on the 6 here. Oh, well played. Gain of position isn't as crisp as he would have liked. But whilst there are balls on, then the opportunity to finish is still there. And 2 does cut in the middle. And then of course you ask, what are you going to do after the 2? Everything's kind of lying in the wrong place for him, so you see the dangers of getting it wrong early in the frame. If you put one of your balls in a bad place, then you're going to be fighting for much of the frame to try and get yourself back on it. Oh yeah. Ryan's just having a look at his options here, and 11 or the 14 here. The 14 perhaps give himself a better shot at the balls in the middle of the table. The 13 might be on here. It's hard to see, of course, from here, but I'd say odds on the 13's on. It doesn't obviously look like it, but if he can get him, if he can just miss the 4 here, he may be able to get the right potting angle. Off the 2, ooh. Now the question is, did he actually play for that? The way he kind of tracked that ball with his eyes tells me that he was playing for it, you know. I probably recognise that it wasn't on in the conventional sense, but that it did mark his double off the 2, and he wasn't far away from doing that. For me, it's a giveaway how the player's body language to a shot like that is, whether they played for it or not. If the player tends to stand up after that sort of shot, then to me that says that they didn't play for it that way. As opposed to what Ryan did, he actually stayed down and tracked the ball with his head and his eyes, which is a tell for me that he actually played for it that way. So it may look like a fluke if it works, but in fact the player has actually played for the shot. Playing the 9 by the look of it here. No good for the pot, but he's made that nice and available for himself here, and this table here is pretty much evens really as to who has control of it. I would say just overs edges it here, but of course with the progression of this frame that's subject to change. And central to this is the 2. If Paul can manage to get himself a shot on the 2, then he has a better chance of finishing this frame. The longer that 2 stays in trouble there, or if he keeps working himself away from giving himself a chance to get a shot on the 2, then the less of a chance he has to actually win this frame. Oh, he tried to cut it into the 5 and he's gotten underneath it. So he didn't go for the double there, he went for the cut to the plant. The double is a shot that Paul does play very well, but the 3 cut onto the 5 would have offered a bit of security at least if he'd managed to hit the 5, because then that would have pushed the 5 over that pocket where the 10 is. But because he got underneath it, he didn't even get the contact on the 5. Played that really nicely. That was very smooth. The absolute ultimate here would be to be able to play the 15 last and have a shot similar to this one, but since he can't do that, and he'll have to, yeah, he's tried to play for the 13 and he's overran it. See, the 8's really hard to get to from here because the 15 was the ball that gave him the best chance of being on it. Which is where things like mapping come in handy. If you know how to map a frame out, then you'll know how to get yourself on the 15 so it's your last ball. And then just play as simple a shot on it as possible to get on the black. Because as you can see, the black's on in the middle pocket and also on in the corner. So the corner nearest where Ryan's hand is. But if you're not sort of mapping backwards, i.e. working from the black back to the ball before the black and then the ball before that and so on, then sometimes you end up missing little things like that. And then the ball that you need to take to get on the black, you don't quite know what it is. Now do you get to wonder what Paul's doing with the 2 here. It looks like he's going to play the 5 now. The problem is that where the 2 is not good at all. Best shot I can see here for him to play, if he's playing 2, is just trim the right edge of it as he sees it. Make the 2 on and put the cue ball on the rail. See, something similar to that. See, he's only left Ryan a shot on the 11. And whilst Ryan could double the 11 back towards the corner pocket where his bridge hand is, it's a chancy shot. Look at this, he's played it nicely. Oh, he got it. Ooh, now roll this in. He should be on the black here. Oh, he is into the same pocket as well. This to win the match and to end the day with 5 wins and 1 loss. Oh, he jacked up on it to prevent the in off, and he's played it very well. He played that very mature game, that, from Ryan. He'll take a lot of confidence from how he's played going into tomorrow. Both players finished with 5 wins and 1 loss for the day. Apologies, Paul's 4 and 1. But Ryan, with his 5 wins already, he's actually turned a corner in terms of how he was playing yesterday versus how he's played today. So I shall just log off for now, but I'm hoping you all enjoyed that match. Maybe one more round to play today, depending on how Karen Burns feels about it. Sorry, Karen Edwards, I should say, feels about it. Karen Edwards is our tournament controller for this particular tournament. It is 6 o'clock, so in terms of time, we're actually doing pretty well. I mean, it is up to the tournament controller as to whether they decide to put another round of games out or whether she finds it fit to just leave it as it is. But I do like the fact that the way that this has gone so far today, you've had a lot of tables, you've had the games have gone by reasonably quickly, so you've actually managed to get at least half of the games played today for both sessions. So it's encouraging going forward into tomorrow that this particular format can work, because they've borrowed heavily from the Live in Easter Classic and how they structure this tournament, and with the way that this is set up, in my opinion, it has worked very well up until this point. So hopefully that the players like this tomorrow, where you get and finish at a reasonable time and get your games in, and then of course it's a different ball game on Monday where it's knockouts. But certainly encouraging signs for the organisers of this tournament, being the first one of its, being the actual first tournament that they've put in, and to see it progressing through as well as it has will give them a lot of positives to go on. So 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, I believe, will be the restart if there are no more games today. And that'll just be the second half of section play for these two sections that have played this afternoon. They'll come back tomorrow morning, so sections 3 and 4. And then at around 1 o'clock, roughly, sections 1 and 2 will come back and play the second half of their section play matches. So the hope, of course, is that all 4 sections are finished by about this time tomorrow, and then you take the top 6 out of each section. They qualify for the main event, and those who didn't qualify will play in the trophy event, and then they can figure out what tournament controller can figure out what you'd want to race to after that. So yeah, there may be one more game coming up. Still 50-50 at this point, but I shall go and get myself another drink and most likely catch up with you all tomorrow. Hope you've all enjoyed today's poll, and whatever you're doing, be safe and enjoy your Easter holidays. Ka kite.